Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Good evening, everyone. This is the Board of Education meeting for the East Aurora Union Free School District of Wednesday, August 19th of 2020. I remind everyone that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public will not be permitted to attend tonight's board meeting in person. Members of the Board of Education are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The meeting can be viewed live via our live stream at www.eastaurora.schools.org/EAUFSD live or via the link on our main district webpage. In addition, the meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date. We did ask for comments to be emailed to boe@eak12.org prior to tonight's meeting. My understanding is we have not received any comments for tonight's meeting. So we are returning from executive session where the board discussed matters related to 4 particular employees, the collective bargaining negotiations with the East Aurora Faculty Association, and we had hoped to discuss the superintendent's annual evaluation, but we, of course, didn't get that far. I do see that there are a few agenda changes, Mr. Ross.
Yes. One new item under 11, consensus items requiring board action under instructional, and 3 new items under 12, items requiring board action.
Okay, and that's all we have in terms of agenda changes. There's no additional agenda changes other than that?
No, that's it, I believe, yes.
Okay, and so as I look at the agenda, there's 2 sections for items requiring board action. So I think it's just a typo on the agenda.
Yes, the next, yeah.
So we'll pretend that's not there, and we'll just go on to superintendent's comments.
Yes, right. Yeah, I was just going to say number 12 it's just I think a typo. Yep. Okay, you know what? Good evening, everyone. This is Brian Russ, Superintendent of Schools, and I'm with the administrative team in our middle school library, where we are socially distant, and we are wearing masks and sitting behind the barriers that we will be using in the classroom. We're going to probably remove our masks as we're speaking. Just makes it easier to communicate, but we will maintain the social distance of at least 6 feet. So I'm just going to take those out. I just wanted to say over the last several weeks, we've made tremendous progress with our reopening plan. We've had a lot of support and participation from our community. We've run a meeting for all of our teachers to share their thoughts and concerns with the administrative team. We've also run 3 parent meetings. Doug, can you mute that? Thanks. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. We also run 3 parent meetings, and all were very well attended. We've received numerous questions, which we spent about at least 2.5 hours for each meeting to respond to our parents. We also presented during those meetings the individual plans for Parkdale, the middle school and high school, and all that information is available online on our website. So we continue to add to the website. So everything we've talked about over the last 6 months is still available. Any correspondence I've sent via like our blast system through School Messenger, all of that information is still readily available. I think the meetings were quite successful. We had a number of parents, like I said, submit questions, but also we created another mechanism for them to share information with us, and it's called reopen@eak12.org. That email address will stay open for the remainder of the year for parents to ask questions. What it does is it goes to Mr. Mambretti's office, and they distribute it to the correct person within the organization, depending on what that question is. And so we had that as kind of a live element to our parent meetings. And so as we were discussing different elements of our reopening plan, parents continue to ask questions or points of clarification or to make comments of what we were speaking of. I have to say I've received a number of positive responses and thank yous from our community because like everyone else, it's a very uncertain time and they're just looking for as much information as we can possibly provide. Unfortunately, the greatest challenge that we face is that the information changes on a daily basis. I know we're going to be talking about this later, and I'll go into the actual reopening plan, and we can talk about questions the board has since our last meeting. But we are talking about the filtration system, ventilation system within the building, and MERV is a filter that is recommended. But then we found out more recently that certain MERV filters will not work within ventilation systems within school districts. And so we're still working through that process. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that later on in the meeting. But that's just one of the things that I think it was yesterday we got that information from actually through our BOCES. They were providing us with some support in regard to how we can kind of upgrade the ventilation system within the buildings. But like I said, the governor also is, providing feedback and those guidances change as well. So we're just trying to respond to that as quickly and as effectively as we possibly can. But again, I want to thank the administrative team. They've just done a fantastic job. It's just endless hours of work to pull this together. I also want to thank our teachers and the task force. The task force was great in terms of providing perspective as we really got into the meat of developing the plan. And also our teachers have been really supportive and focused on, creating programs that are really in our students' best interest. It certainly hasn't been the easiest path. We could have taken a different direction, which would have made it logistically easier for us. But they really felt that we needed to do what was in the best interest of our students. And that certainly has taken additional planning in consideration as we've moved through the process. So again, I'd just like to thank the board as well. You've been incredibly supportive of us in regard to being patient and understanding of the continuous changes that we're dealing with. And in the community in general has been just really great to work with. So I just want to thank everyone.
So Brian, let me just stop you there and on behalf of the board, thank you and your administrative team. This is a rather daunting task to come up with, reopening school and how's it going to work. And I applaud you for your efforts and I know there's, anxiety out there in the community with respect to how's it all going to work. And I think you've done a tremendous job of putting that information out there, communicating the plan, answering people's questions. Whoever came up with the idea for the ongoing email, I think that is a fantastic way for people to feel like they constantly can be heard as this process evolves. There's no question, I think, in anybody's mind that, this is an ongoing process. And as things move forward and as things change, as you get more guidance from state ed or as people start to send their kids back to school in this hybrid model, that there's going to be ongoing issues that we're going to have to address. And I think that giving parents and community members a way to be able to communicate to the district on those specific issues, separate apart from what any educational issues are around their particular child, I think that that's a great way to make sure that the information gets relayed. And then even if somebody has a question that's, might be geared towards Parkdale, that to the extent that that question gets raised and it applies throughout the district, that we're seeing that those issues are addressed across the board. So it is a daunting task. It's been tremendous amount of effort by all of you. And I think the Board of Education certainly appreciates your efforts and applauds all that you've been able to do in this short period of time over the summer. So congratulations and kudos to you all.
Thank you. We were thinking as we're preparing for the parent meetings, and we can get you the numbers because we've had a lot of people. I believe it's hundreds of people attend our meetings, so which is really a good thing because that's how they get accurate information. We just felt that managing that and having some kind of dialogue is still really important. Doing it live with 100 or 150 people, it's almost impossible to manage the back and forth. So we had them send the questions ahead of time, but we really thought we needed, like you're saying, that ongoing conversation through the process. And I think it was really effective. I agree with you. It was it just was something that worked out very well. And Mark, how many people do we have? Can you give us an idea of the numbers?
Right. So far, all 4 videos I'm about to reference remain on our district website through our YouTube channel. But the board admin retreat from, I believe, last Thursday has about 472 views so far. And then our 3 separate parent meetings, one has 336 views already, one has 265 views, and one has 170 views. So I know Mr. Brunson had a lifelong dream of going viral, not in the COVID sense, but you're becoming internet famous. But, altogether, it shows that, between the 3 parent meetings, 800 views, and again about another just shy of 500 views of our board admin retreat, where those PowerPoints went over in much greater detail. In addition to that, all 3 of those PowerPoints as standalones are sitting on that website as well. So word is definitely out there, and those remain out there. One of the things we are going to work on, I know there are long meetings, Dennis Hirschfeld in our tech office, we're going to try and put some bookmarks into each of those videos when each section starts. So as we move from the 3 PowerPoints to hybrid to remote, in the comment below it, it'll say, if you fast forward to 1 hour and 15 minutes and 32 seconds, that's when this section starts. So it at least kind of allows people to jump to what's going to be most relevant in terms of, at least, it won't be every question, but just big chunk jumps. So once we have a microsecond, we're going to try and put that in for folks as well.
It's a great idea, Mark. Thank you for that. That's a lot of people watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's a really positive thing, because there's a lot of information out there, and some of it's accurate and some of it is not. So just by dialing in either with us live or just watching the videos, I think it really helps people to have an understanding of the progress that we are making. And like I was saying, every day it seems to get better. We have more answers, and we're becoming better and better prepared for the opening of school on September 10th.
And I would expect that the reason the numbers on the board retreat were higher is just because it was the first opportunity for people to perhaps see that information, not so much because it's the Board of Education meeting and anybody wants to necessarily.
We also referred folks, because in each of those parent meetings, we did just a brief overview of those PowerPoints. We've referred folks to the board for that more detailed explanation of each of those as well.
Yeah, and I think that's, it's important to keep those things up, because people are just getting information at their own pace, and as people get closer to school, they'll be able to go and see that stuff for additional information.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay. All right. I think that's it for right now.
Superintendent's comments.
Yes.
Then we are moving on to board presidents and board member comments and committee reports. Other than what I've already said, Brian, I don't have anything additional to add at this time. I'm going to just go around my table. Jessica Armbrust.
Just second what you say. Thank you all.
All right. Terry Olweiler. She's shaking her head no, but there was no audio, but nope.
There we go. I'm sorry. No, I was just saying no, I have nothing additional other than thank you to everybody.
All right. John Seghetti.
Thanks to everybody, and I expect we'll have many finance committee meetings over the next couple months, and we've got a troubling budget in front of us, but we'll find a way to make it work.
Judy Malice.
Just thank you to being included in looking for the high school assistant principal. I enjoyed the opportunity, and you guys are amazing. Just hang in there. It's a tough road to hoe, but we'll get through it together.
Kim Daniel.
I want to thank everyone, and I also want to say I had the opportunity to listen to the question and answer, and I really thought, it was really helpful and well done, and there were a lot of various questions that really, delved into all the different concerns that our parents and our community have. So I really appreciated that. So thank you to everyone for all your efforts and your hard work.
Mr. Brunson.
Thank you. Yes, I also watched the parent question and answer sessions, all three of them actually, although I have to admit that in the third one, I kind of faded away before it ended. But I do want to commend the entire administrative staff for your professionalism and for the confidence that I felt you engendered in the way you answered the questions that were posed. And this is for everybody out there in video land who's watching, this is a complex thing to try to do to establish this hybrid system. And I watched all three parent meetings and the board meeting where we had the more detailed explanations, and it took me about the third time I heard it to really understand it. So this is something that is being developed by some very highly professional people. I feel that the children are going to be well taken care of, and that the education program is going to be very sound. So thank you for your hard work, and congratulations on what you're doing to date.
All right. So moving on to administrators' comments. So I think you are all together, but let me try and go around the table. Ms. Jessica Lyons, anything?
No, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Really just to echo all the thank yous. It's been a total team effort. The administrators, we always spend a lot of time together, but I don't think any of us ever thought we'd spend this much time together. It's a pretty good thing that we get along. And just, all the teachers, everyone's been working hard, and the parents' patience. We've had, I know Jess especially, and myself and Bill, we've talked to a lot of parents over the past week, and just their patience has really made this very helpful on us.
Mr. Liebrock?
Sorry. Yeah, just echoing what the other administrator said. It's been pretty good so far. The only thing I can add that they probably haven't heard yet is we just got an update today that the governor is going to be providing his update on interscholastic sports within the next week. So I know it's a lot of other bigger things to take care of, but I know that's something that's really important to a lot of people. So we'll be receiving some further guidance, and we'll work with Mr. Castellani on implementing anything if we are able to run sports this fall.
Okay. And you'll push that information out to parents as soon as we get something in place?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mr. Roberts, welcome.
Thank you. Everyone is there in the room together, but they did get sick of me and asked me to stay home tonight. So I want to say thank you for the support of the board, and every time I hear that, it gives me a little bit more energy to get through the next day, and I appreciate that. Just want to thank everybody who's a part of developing the plan. We've been meeting with our teacher leadership now on a regular basis, and transitioning from our district level groups to our building level groups, and we're going to continue to refine our plan. And I hope to send a blast out to our parents on Friday, just giving them a timeline of when our students will receive schedules, and also a timeline of when they can expect that information packet to go out from me. Also want to let you know that although it will look different, we're going to try and squeeze in a freshman orientation. Brace yourself, next Friday. And we'll have scheduled time slots for our freshmen and our new students to come in for about an hour to school to meet our school counselors, to meet a few teachers, to meet Jamie Coleman and Christina 25, get their schedules, walk the building, see what a classroom is going to look like. And we're gonna run that from about 8 in the morning to 7 at night in order to get everybody in. But we think it's important to do so. If because of the late notice, if families are not available next Friday, we'll make accommodations to do that individually. So that's exciting. That feels like a little bit of the old, and I'm looking forward to it, quite frankly.
I don't blame you. Mr. Plotwitz?
Yeah, thank you. I would really like to thank the parents of students with disabilities and parents that whose students receive special education services and accommodations for their patients. A lot of chips need to fall into place. As Dan mentioned, this is a big undertaking, never to have been attempted before. As soon as we get things all situated in each of the buildings, our teams will meet and be in touch with parents in regards to facilitating those supports and services in the hybrid model.
Thanks, Jerome. Mr. Doug Wicks?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, just that we are moving forward. It's a challenge, and to say the least. And we're just chipping away at it, and we will be ready for the kids to come in and the faculty. And again, it is going to be a challenge. That's for sure. That's all I can say. It is a lot of work, and we're ready. We're ready, and we will be ready. And again, I think we're up to the task, and have commitment from all the staff that initially we're just going to again work with what we have and see how things go.
Thanks, Doug.
Just Mary Beth, I can just chime in there. I'd just like to thank Doug's crew. The whole B&G team has done a great job just preparing our spaces so far. And then honestly, just they've also, cleaned the floors and made it look great again, in addition to preparing the classrooms, making sure that the spaces are cleaned and disinfected and sanitized, safe for the people who are here right now. And, Doug has a plan in place that's based on, the Department of Health and CDC guidelines that, gives us, the best chance to continue to make our spaces safe so that our employees can return on September 1st. And then also, our teachers at that time, and also the students on September 10th. Again, it's certainly a work in progress, and we're getting additional information each week or each day. And we'll talk about that a little later, but I just wanted to give a shout out because they've been working really hard over the last 6 months. They haven't had any type of break to make sure that our conditions are safe for everyone.
And am I right that it's Buildings and Grounds that's doing all the markings for social distancing on the floors in the buildings and making sure that the access? So Doug, yeah, that is a tremendous undertaking. Thank you and your crew very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Membretti, I didn't mean to forget you. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I'm happy to be forgotten. It seems everyone that I know who knows I work in public education has not forgotten me because the questions keep coming. So anytime you want to forget me, I'm fine with that. But just two things. Once again, I'll be monitoring that email that comes directly to my main email, and I'll farm it out. Again, that email address is reopen@eak12.org, reopen@eak12.org. Send that to me. I'll confirm receipt. I'll let you know who I'm forwarding it to if I can't answer it myself. And that person will then be tasked with responding just as soon as they are able to. The other thing I want to talk about, while we've been focusing on reopening our buildings, we've also been focused on filling our buildings with new staff, and happy to announce that at least verbally, we have offers and commitments appointments from all of our open positions at the moment. You're going to see some of those folks tonight. We're going to get some of them hopefully in about a week or so at another personnel-only special board meeting. But folks are eager and excited, and we weren't sure what we were going to get looking for new hires in the midst of a pandemic. But I would say in every round, we've found people that were up to the task, and we don't only think will help us navigate whatever this upcoming year will bring, but are going to make us better long term. So I am very proud of everyone I'm going to be bringing to all of you in the next week or so. Know that they're going to be great, and they're going to be great. And if they're great this year, they're going to be absolutely amazing every other year. So just that's the update, and personnel has been chugging along behind the scenes when everything in front of you has been chugging along.
Fantastic. And Mr. Membretti, I think we're anticipating needing a special board meeting for those personnel issues Wednesday, the 26th.
Okay. That would be great.
So if that works and you have enough of that paperwork done and can present us with all of those personnel issues, we would be able to do that.
At this time, I don't see a problem with hitting that deadline. We should be able to get, most, if not all of them there, no problem. Yep, great.
All right. And Joanne, George, I didn't forget you either. You have financial reports due later. Did you have anything else in terms of just preliminary comments?
No, just thanking everyone. Everyone has been working very, very hard. And thank you to the board for your support throughout this process.
All right, there were no visitor comments for this evening, so we're moving on to reports and discussion items. And Mr. Membretti, it's back to you for the 2020-2021 school year calendar, the revisions that need to be made to that.
Yes, as you were introducing me, I cringed that I didn't come up with a PowerPoint to show this, but for those of you, I hope you have this in front of you as the board, and for those of us watching, this will be posted on the website first thing tomorrow. The beginning and end of the school year for teachers remains the same. The holiday breaks remain the same. However, to give our teachers a little more time to get back reacclimated to the building and to focus on some safety orientation and some professional development, we've shifted all 4 of our superintendent's conference days to the beginning of the year. So originally we had students coming on Thursday the 3rd. Now students will not return until Thursday the 10th, and there's modified building schedules that will talk about who's returning and how. But those 4 days that were scattered throughout the year, they were on October the 9th, November the 25th, December the 4th, and March the 19th. Those 4 days will now be school days, and those days have been moved to September 3rd, 4th. 7th is Labor Day, a holiday, so 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th. So total number of days remains the same. It pushes the start day for children back, but all other holiday breaks and recesses remain the same, and that is solely in response to making sure that we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed to be able to welcome students back on September the 10th.
So probably just some things for folks to note on the change in the calendar is not just the delay in the start of school, but the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is now a school day. The day before
Memorial Day.
Christmas Eve is now a school day.
Yep.
The day before Memorial Day weekend.
No.
Nope.
The only, and it's not, doesn't impact the midwinter recess either. So the only one that would butt up against a holiday break is the November 25th, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, or as we call it here in East Aurora, Pi Day. Pi Day. The rest is the winter recess begins on the 24th of December and has. So that would be the only one that may impact. Not that there's going to be much travel going on, but that would be the only one that may impact travel plans.
Just for folks to be aware of, just in terms of the change of the dates.
We will send that out, and that will be live on the website first thing tomorrow.
Okay. And that we don't need to formally approve that, or we do?
I believe that's under your consensus items.
Yeah. I'm just checking to make sure it's there.
Yeah, it should be.
Yes.
I
12.
see it, item B. Got it.
It is actually board action. Yep.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions about the calendar? All right, moving on to business office operations and financial reports. Joanne, you're up.
Okay, thank you. I wish I could say I had good news to report, but unfortunately, this isn't going to be a lot of fun news. I did want to report that we did receive a tax certiorari claim from Fisher Price for this year, and our potential liability is about $72,000. Also, I think it's important for people to be aware that to date, our COVID-related expenditures are at about $225,000. I did receive some news regarding state aid.
Before we go on, I want to just make sure we have discussion about the tax certiorari claim and the COVID-related issue.
Oh, yes.
Before we move on, otherwise we're going to get a little bit jumbled. On the COVID-related expenditures, that's to date all expenses related to PPE.
PPE, cameras, face shields, all different things, thermometers, cleaning supplies, various items.
Okay.
The tape for the floors, the decals, the signage.
And that's just the hard cost, not the personnel expenditures for that.
Correct. There are a few personnel expenditures in there because we had several staff members working throughout the summer on the task force. So I did capture those costs too.
And Joanne will be reimbursed for a portion of that?
That is the hope. And that would be reimbursed through FEMA. So I'm trying to make sure I keep a very, very detailed list. I think some things may not qualify through FEMA, but I don't know for sure yet.
Can I know that's just a little bit of bright spot in this presentation. All of the cameras for the synchronous learning did arrive today, and half of the microphones and the other half are on transit. So in a time where cameras and microphones and Chromebooks have become the new toilet paper shortage, we, thanks to the hard work of Dennis and the rest of the tech team, those are actually in hand today. So I know some of the news that you're getting right now is not good, but on the education front, that they're going to be able to see those results. We have those actually on property at this point.
Well, Mark, congratulations on getting those orders in early enough to be sure that we would get them, because you can bet that other districts are scrambling to, and it's going to be like getting ventilators was when this thing started. Everybody is going to want a camera in every classroom, and it's so thank you for doing that, Joanne. Thank you for sending us the detailed list of all of these COVID-related expenditures. That was very helpful for me to see. Am I correct then in assuming that we have received no additional revenues from either the state or the federal government relating to these additional expenses?
You are correct.
Okay, so we hope for some. The only other major expense that I can recall that's not on your list and that which we incurred related to the food service. We provided 350,000 meals to people at no cost over a period of the last 6 months, and so I assume somewhere along the way we'll have an accounting of what that cost the district and what we hope to receive. I assume we have not received any reimbursement yet for any of those, although I'm sure we've paid for the food a long time ago.
We have received our reimbursement
through
the federal and state government for the meals.
Wonderful.
There was some transportation cost that I will add to the spreadsheet, but as of now, I do not believe that qualifies for reimbursement.
Yeah. But the cost of each of those meals was reimbursed.
Correct.
So they told us they were going to do that, and I'm glad that they followed through, and it actually did happen. Thank you.
Joanne, on the expenditure report that you sent out last week, you have MERV filters down there for approximately 6,700. So is that something because they're not working that will get reimbursed?
I'm going to defer to Doug on that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Again, that's coming out now, so I'm not sure. We bought them because that was what they were calling for. They may have changed their guidance.
MERV filter will improve that process, but again, it's not, from my understanding, 100% foolproof, which I think people thought it was, but that is not the case. And that's the type of thing that changes every single day. So you get information on MERV filters one day, and then the next day it changes, and then the next day it changes again. And here we are saying it's an improvement, but it's not like a cure-all. I think that's what some people are thinking that it will be, but that is not the case. So we will be able to upgrade our system with it, but only to a certain point.
Thanks. And the other thing that was on that list, that we have 2 tornado vapor machines. What is that, and where are they going to be housed?
That is a disinfecting machine. It will apply disinfectant to a classroom with a broad sweep. We have 2 of those, and then 6 of the hydrostatic sprayers. It's just it's a bigger application, a more efficient way to apply disinfectant to a large area.
And they're going to be in what buildings?
Well, we got 2 of those because that's all we can get. The other hydrostatic sprayers, which I have down in my office right now, are going to be in each building. There will be 2 in each building.
Thank you.
Are those other ones portable, Doug? Like you can use them where you need them?
They are portable, yes.
Does anyone have questions for Joanne on the tax tertiary claim or the COVID expenditures? Nothing? Nobody?
Maybe on the tax tertiary, we could have a little update for the public on where that stands so we can explain how that works and why it is a challenge for the school district with timing and the tax rolls.
Sure, we can set that up for the next board meeting.
That would be great. Thank you.
Perhaps you could also look into our records and remind the board the verbal agreement we had last time with regard to a period of time when there would be no additional claims. So frankly, this claim comes as a surprise because I thought we had a period of years when we were going to be not susceptible to last minute claims. And also, I believe we had a gentleman's agreement at the, can you say that anymore? Gentleman's agreement? Well, at any rate, we had an agreement, I thought we had, that these claims would be done in a timely manner so that they would not impact our budget directly, but would be able to be addressed in the district's tax levy. So at any rate, if you can have some conversations with the folks that are doing this to help us to understand where they're coming from and for help them to understand that we expect to hold them to what they agreed to last time.
Yeah, that's the more disappointing side of this, is that I think it was clearly articulated from us to the parties that, listen, the school district can't eat this for 1 year. And in order to circumvent that, we need it to be decided before the tax bill goes out so the school system doesn't eat it solely. And that's really what happens here.
I feel like we've had this conversation before. Is this the third one we've had from?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe this is the third.
Our agreement applied at the first. We had it happen again, and we expressed our displeasure with not meeting the agreement we had after the first one came up, and now this is the third one. So that is very, very troubling that we can't have this not impact us in any given year to the extent that they aren't getting it resolved before the bills go out. Or at least putting us in notice to have an opportunity. It's not just the first, this is the third.
I just have one more comment on the issue of the air quality if we're done with the business relating to the tax certiorari, MERV filters, the higher the number on a MERV filter, the more dense it is and the more it filters out smaller and smaller particles. Some older heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems simply cannot cope with that dense filter, and you can burn out motors. You can have all sorts of problems associated with it. So I'm sure what Doug is doing is getting the best filter that can work with the system that we have, and that just becomes part of the puzzle of all that has to work together to make the air safer, and that includes wearing masks, having social distancing, fixing the filters to make them as good as possible. And frankly, I would encourage our administrators to require people to open the windows. I know there may be some cool days, but I'd rather have our people have a sweater on and have it a little cooler in the building. And I'd rather, frankly, accept the extra cost associated with the heat loss with the windows open and add that to the mix of these puzzle pieces that all together are protecting our children.
Dan, just a comment on that. In meeting with Dr. Bernstein from the Department of Health, she talked to us about levels of safety and the idea of layering different elements to make it as safe as we possibly can. And the filtration system is one piece of that. Social distancing and mask are the two, I think, most essential. The ideas of adding the barriers, again, while there's sort of some mixed data on that, again, it's just another attempt to create another layer to that. The filtration system is, again, another layer to creating the safest environment that we possibly can. But there's limits to all of it. There's
sure.
limits.
So we do what we can in each area.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone? All right, Joanne, I think we're good on those two issues, and then you wanted to get into state aid.
Yes. We received notification regarding state aid, and I think it's probably best if I read because it's a little confusing. August excess cost aid payments have been approved to be released to school districts. Pursuant to language in the enacted state budget, the Division of Budget has reduced the payments to 80% of the total amount due. From our conversations with New York State SED, State Audit Unit, it is not clear whether the additional 20% is just delayed or whether it will be paid at all. Additionally, going forward, it looks like any aid payment with a statutory due date will be paid at 80% of the amount due. But anything without a statutory due date may be completely withheld by the Department of Budget at this time. I guess there's a little bit of good news in this, not much. Our August aid payment was predicted to be $218,000. So 80% of that would be $174,000. We actually received that payment today, and it was $184,000. So that's a little bit more than what I would have projected based on this information, about $11,000. So that's a little bit of good news. With this language, I called our state aid specialist, Questar 3, and I asked them on what aid payments are they talking about with statutory due dates. I don't have time to look it up. And they said it would be all of our aid. Our building aid, our transportation aid, our BOCES aid, our foundation aid, it would be all aid.
So that don't mean we don't have any aid that doesn't have a statutory due date.
Correct.
And Joanne, I appreciate your optimism and your positive comment, but that optimistic news means instead of 20%, it's 17%. And I want to remind everybody that our state is at about $10 million. So 20 to 17 means $2 million shortfall to 1 million 7 shortfall. Although good news, not great news.
Right. And I'm not exactly sure what drove that. Our excess cost aid is based on a system that's called stacking. And it could be that stacking caught up, so we were due more aid, but we just didn't know that at the time when we booked our 218,000. So yes, our total state aid is about $9.9 million. So 20% of that is almost $2 million reduction, 1.9. And while I was talking with our state aid specialists, they told me that when they were working with SED, our STAR payment, SED and the state is considering our STAR payment state aid. Now, school districts consider that part of their taxes. And they advised me to predict a 20% reduction in our state aid or our taxes, which would be another reduction of almost $400,000, $391,000. I think it was last week I received an email from Thomas DiNapoli's office indicating that across the state, sales tax revenues were down on average 8.2%. I applied that to our expected sales tax, and that's another almost 170,000, 169, which means that I'm projecting a revenue shortfall for the 2021 budget year of $2.5 to $2.6 million. Not good news.
I'd say that's bad news.
With that being said, I'm predicting that sometime in the future, we're going to have a cash flow problem, and that we may need to take out a short-term borrowing, whether it's a BAN, a RAN, a revenue anticipation note, or a TAN, a tax anticipation note. And I just, I don't want it to come as a surprise to the public or to the board that at some point in time, I may need to recommend that we take out a short-term borrowing just to meet our cash flow needs.
And Joanne, one thing I'd recommend on that is to start that process sooner rather than later. We don't want it to be January 1, we need the money, and we're looking at it December 25th.
Yes.
You need 60 days, maybe 90 days ahead of time.
Yes. Julie is watching the cash flow and keeping me apprised every day. And we have calls into our tax collectors at the town to make sure that when they receive our tax revenues, that they forward them to us immediately, because we're going to need that cash flow. Like, not hang on to them until they have a good chunk of money to send it to us, to keep forwarding it to us more frequently.
What approval do you need from the Board of Education to make that happen?
For the tax receipts?
For the ban or
for the ban or the RAN, we will have to have a board resolution to make that happen at some.
So, and if we have a resolution, it doesn't mean we have to use it, right? So why would we delay in?
Correct. I believe that we did the resolution at our reorg.
Right.
In anticipation. Correct.
So we don't have to do another one. We don't have to do another one.
No, we would not. It would be accepting the sale of it.
Okay.
Let's just confirm that we did do that though, Joanne, make sure of it.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, make sure, I didn't know, Joanne, if we did all three categories. So maybe that's something we just need to look into. And I don't know if those are separate, but
okay.
Yeah.
One question further, Joanne, you mentioned the STAR reimbursement that people receive. Is there any possibility that this is going to result in people's tax bills significantly changing? In other words, usually it says right on the tax bill what the total bill is, and then it says less so much for star payment. Are they intending to reduce the amount that they provide on the tax bill?
I do not believe it would be that. The mechanics of this are that on our levy, let's say it's, just for argument's sake, $23 million. And our star portion of that is $2 million. So we collect from our taxpayers $21 million, and then the state forwards us the $2 million. So it's that forwarding from the state in the star collections that's going to potentially be reduced by that 20%. But I do not believe it's going to impact our homeowners, our taxpayers on their tax bills.
Good.
Yeah, but Dan, realize that that's a reduction of state aid, right? And who ultimately funds the state but the taxpayers? So
correct.
No matter what, this isn't good news for the taxpayers.
No, in the long run, the bills have to be paid in some way, whether they're paid through the local taxes or through state aid or whatever. It's going to come home to roost. There's no doubt about it. Which is why we need to encourage our federal representatives to provide some relief for school districts as part of the general plan to insulate the entire nation from the impacts of this virus.
So Joanne, just to recap, because of what Dan just said, because of the virus, we are potentially going to be $2.5 to $2.6 million in the hole this upcoming school year.
Correct. On the revenue side.
And Joanne, when we've had losses like this before, we've talked about what that means in terms of FTEs, so we know what the impact is.
Yes, in general, just looking at teaching positions and using an estimated number of 65,000 with salary and benefits, that would equate to 39 FTEs, teaching FTEs, which is 26% of our overall teaching staff.
And just following up with what Dan said, if there were some type of agreement in place with the federal government, we're hopeful that there could be some type of reduction in terms of these numbers. But at this point, this is what we're looking at.
Correct.
There's no agreement.
Correct.
Does the notice, I mean, you read this notice that you got, and that's coming from what?
Questar 3 BOCES is our state aid specialists that we rely on when it comes to the more complicated questions when it comes to state aid. And this is the language that exactly passed through the Division of Budget. So you can find it on the comptroller's website. You can find it on the New York State Division of Budget website. It's the exact same language.
I'm sorry. Do we have any commitment from the governor's office that if he gets federal funding, he's gonna reverse this kind of directive? I mean, it's just maddening to me that East Aurora is not the only district that's going to be in the position of losing a significant percentage of their staff as a result of these kinds of revenue shortfalls. So I'm just struggling to understand, what the governor's expectation is with respect to how districts are going to absorb this cost.
I wish I knew, but there are no guarantees from the governor's office.
So even though our taxpayers' tax bills won't go down,
correct,
the potential is that the school service could be significantly impacted by this.
No. Correct. So I do have just one more thought. I think it would be very prudent as a district to start considering a budget freeze in only purchasing essential items.
So the last time we did this was when we had we were doing it throughout all the GEA adjustments. We were doing budget freezes before we even opened school, which we've all found kind of maddening. But when we're talking that big of a revenue shortfall, I'm not sure what else we can do to sort of protect against that.
Right. And I agree. I would rather not order certain materials and supplies than cut a teacher or cut a support staff.
And this is even more challenging than the GEA because the GEA hit us as we were planning the following year's budget. This is talking about the funds we're receiving right now. So we're talking about how we actually get through the year that we're about to start.
Correct.
With an approved budget that's overvalued, without a doubt. And Mary Beth, to your point, it's maddening. I mean, the great equalizer in this society is education, and we're talking a 20% cut across the board. It's unbelievable.
What are people's thoughts on a freeze?
I would agree.
I don't think we have a choice.
Right. I don't think we
I don't think we have a choice either.
We don't have a choice.
Mr. Brunson?
Well, yes, I supported it the last time we did it, and I think we need to, every time we spend money, we need to ask ourselves, is it sustainable? Is what we're buying something we can afford to do? And we from a realistic point of view, we have to live within our means. I think we need to do everything we can to improve those means. But in the meantime, we have to live with what we've got.
I think that while the Questar is painting this picture currently, and as Kim was saying, there is some hope that there'll be some relief. I think that we need to be prepared for a fairly significant loss, regardless of what we're hearing right now. So I think that, maybe it won't be 2.6 million, but it's going to be significant. And so we need to be prepared for that.
Brian, you already told us that you were working towards a 10% reduction, and that you had plans for how to deal with a 10% reduction. So I think that was very wise, to begin that process. And I think look at this. There's 700 and some odd school districts in New York State. Many of them get 70, 80, sometimes 90% of their revenue from state aid. There is going to be a huge uprising among the citizenry in the state of New York when they realize the impact on those districts, which is much more severe than the impact on ours.
Right. It's I was just going to mention that exact thing, Dan. For us, it's if you look at our total state aid, it's about 25% of our budget. But many of even our local school districts, some of them are at 50, 60, or 70%. And so you can imagine that if they lose 20% of 70% of their budget, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to work under those or it's nearly impossible to make it work.
We just need to be part of the voices that get heard, though, even though our impact might be percentage wise a little bit less, it is no less impactful on our ability to have a quality and successful education program here if we lose even half that amount of staff.
Right, exactly. I was just going to say, we use that just to kind of put some context around the number because, 2.6 million, what does that actually mean? And so when we look at, using teachers, if we use support staff, it would be many more than that because their salaries are less and, correspondingly so. And so it's, even if it would be half of that, if you look at 20 teachers, it has a devastating impact on our programming and our opportunities for our kids.
Brian, with the GEA, we had on our website information of who parents and the community members could contact. Is that something we should possibly do this time around as well to give them information as to who to contact to let them know that there's potential of losing mean, as it equals 39 full-time teachers. And that's support staff.
We just received this information this afternoon, but Terry, it definitely will be. I'm sure something that will be in the works. There'll be a call from the state to make it happen. But I think if we reach out to like your congressman or our state senators, Gillibrand and Senator Schumer, I think they are the people that will have influence in regard to the federal government stepping up and providing relief, for schools, across the country. And so I think that's where it's going to happen. And I'm sure there will be a call for us to step up and make those contacts with our representatives for sure.
Yeah, whenever we get that, so we know it's going to be a federal government push. That's where the money has to come from. So we can put on our webpage the congressman's phone number and our state senate, our U.S. senator phone numbers, and folks should feel free to write to them and call them.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was going to point out that this is different than the GEA and that it is not just coming from Albany. This is
right.
We want the folks in Albany to do their job once they have the funds, but it's the feds who have to decide. The states get the funds.
All right, Joanne, we kind of, if you had more, I'm not sure how much more you want
to. That's all I have. I hate to be the bearer of such depressing news, but I think it's important to be transparent about what we're looking at.
Thank you for that. All right, we are moving on to item C. Mr. Ross, an update on the capital facilities projects.
Yep, our two projects, the capital outlay and the capital reserve projects are well underway. People are on site and making progress with the entryway to the middle school, and also just was up at the high school gym today, and the floor is completely stripped and ready to be redone, new lines and new finishes. It's going to look really great. Again, it's something that on the entryway to the middle school, it's going to take some time to actually complete the entire project. But Mr. Brown has prepared for that, and the entryways to the school, we're going to be using multiple entryways as we return in September, and so he's already taken that into account. So they'll just be shutting down the Grove Street entryway, and hopefully it'll be done, we're hoping, by the end of October, I believe. Yeah, maybe even sooner. So they're moving along nicely. These smaller projects, I'll be honest, are kind of nice. they just seem to work a lot more smoothly, less issues, and actually the people that are working on these jobs are actually quite efficient. And then we're going to be starting on the business office and trying to complete that work as quickly as possible. I believe it's in the packet today for approval. Yep.
Yeah,
so yes, go ahead.
The one that's on the agenda for tonight for approval. Is that that's the business office renovation?
Yes,
okay,
it is.
So the other two you were talking about related to the capital outlay project, which was the sidewalk and the windows. Which capital outlay project was it?
Yeah, this is the repair reserve, Dan. So they're going to finish the sidewalk at the middle school. It includes the entryway, the showers at the high school that needed some adjustments, and what was the other piece? Oh, and the gym floor. Yeah,
and the gym floor. So that was the one from the repair reserve.
Correct. Right.
The business office one is the second capital outlay project.
Yes.
Because the first one, which was the sidewalks and the windows, is completed.
Correct. Yep.
So the one we're voting on today is for the offices.
Correct. Capital outlay. Right.
I just have a question on the high school gym floor. I'm going to probably say this wrong. Is that going to be cured in time, or done in time for school reopening in September?
Yes, we just met with them today to go over the schedule, and it looked like it'll be done well before the opening of school and students returning.
And I just know that we had talked, Mr. Roberts, you had mentioned that that was going to get used for cafeteria duty, and I just want to make sure that we're okay putting tables and chairs and stuff on that surface after we just refinished it, to make sure that that's not going to be an issue with marring or marking up the floor.
I had the same concern and the thought of putting all those tables and chairs on a beautiful new floor. Again, I had the same concern. So we're going to look into, and maybe I'll ask Ms. Lyons to help me out with this, but we're going to look into the elementary style of maybe putting the tennis balls underneath the chairs, so we don't damage that new floor.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions about those capital facility projects?
Just to follow up on the gym floor, I know we had the issue with the drainage, so this new floor and the drainage obviously have all been taken care of, and we shouldn't be having any of those type of drainage water issues going forward. That's been all resolved.
Yes, that has been resolved.
And did we ever have anything in terms of a follow-up with in terms of how that was getting resolved? Did we talk to the insurance and that type of stuff when we had that issue?
Yes, we have. And Joanna can speak to that if.
Yes, we have, and we did file an insurance claim, and I know we've received some of the money. I just don't know if we've received it all off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And I have lots of tennis balls if you need them, Bill. So just let me know if you're in search.
I will be. You could drop them off anytime.
All right, anyone else on capital facilities? All right, then we are moving on to item 9, items for board discussion, and this is the school reopening plans.
Yes, I think, we've talked about this a little bit, but we've gone through the process of sharing our reopening plan. It's kind of gone in stages, and we decided to take a little bit more time early on and put up a very generalized plan when it was first required by the state, because we felt it was important to spend more time with our task force so that we had a really good understanding of what the various constituents were looking for. And so from there, we developed a more detailed full plan, which is about 43 pages, a large scale overview, which is available on the website. And from there, we developed 3 building level plans, which are much more specific and related to the needs of elementary, middle, and high school students. So that process has gone really well. Again, great deal of involvement from the community, from our teachers, and of course, led by our administrators. Again, I'd like to thank the board. You've been extremely supportive through this process, although I know for you, it is quite overwhelming. So we really appreciate your support and patience as we've gone through the process. And I'd like to thank our parents too, because I know as they're dealing with many different issues, childcare, just the attendance itself, safety, and those types of related ideas, that they've been very patient and supportive, and we're doing our best to respond to them in a timely fashion. And I think it's going quite well. And so we're not there yet. We still have about 3 weeks until the students return, but we'll be ready to reopen on September 1st when our teachers and support staff return as well. We have some trainings planned for our teachers related to online instruction. We'll have 3 modules that will be presented the first week of September, and then additional trainings on Wednesdays later into September and into October. And so are there any questions at all, like on the different elements or parts? I know many of you have watched the videos or watched us live as we are talking with parents in the community. Are there any questions from the board at all?
The only question that I have, we've talked a lot about the reopening plans, but the one part that has not in my opinion, been discussed at length was how these buildings are going to be cleaned. I know when we talked about Parkdale, each child is going to have a barrier and their name is going to be on it. In between the AM and PM session, where there's an hour and a half, they're going to remove those barriers and then disinfect and clean. But what is the plan for the middle school and for the high school as far as that goes?
Terry, it's still a work in progress, but today we had another conversation with some of our teachers about how disinfecting happens between periods. The piece at Parkdale, just to clarify that a little bit, we're going to actually have 2 sets of barriers. So the AM session will come in, the barrier will be labeled with their name. And when those children leave, those barriers will be removed and then disinfected. But the next group will actually have their own barrier that they'll place on their desk. So there's 2 separate sets for the first, let's just say 12 students in the AM and 12 students in the PM. All of those will be disinfected at the end of the day. So that just as a point of clarification. And then what we're thinking about as well for the upperclassmen 5 through 12, we just talked about, do we assign them with a barrier as well, label it and allow them to carry it from class to class, as opposed to having it disinfecting it between each period as another student sits at that desk. So there'll be 12 seats again in a classroom. The desks and the chairs will be disinfected between in accordance. And again, I guess what I would say for our plan is that it just follows the guidelines of the Department of Health and the CDC, which are our requirements. So it's not like we're making up our own plan. We're just following what they're dictating that we need to do to make it as safe as we possibly can. And so Doug has his crew, crews prepared to, disinfect like the restrooms on a certain cycle, disinfect the classrooms in a certain way using the proper chemicals and proper treatments. And so that's all in accordance with what we've been, I guess, told to do. And that's a good thing, because who really knows how to make that happen better than those 2 organizations? And so that's what we're following. But so what we were talking about today with the upperclassmen, just to get back to that, is that they would actually take their barriers with them, as opposed to having to disinfect them between every period. And then the desks and the chairs and the high touch areas within the classroom will be disinfected between each period, each class period. And that will also help with just the length of time that it takes to do that. So we just talked about that today. Again, it's a work in progress. Need to bring it back to the masses and see how that'll work. Judy AC, you have a question? Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, are you thinking then of extending time between classes so teachers have time to do this? Because if, like I've said before, if you've got 3 or 4 preps or 5 preps or 6 preps, you're trying to set up for your next prep. You're trying to watch kids and you're trying to get this disinfecting done. It seems like a lot is all. I was just thinking.
No, it absolutely is. And in any other circumstance, we wouldn't expect this to happen, right? But
right.
There's not many other choices. So what will happen is that right now what we're doing is we're going through like testing of it. So we have people actually going through, we have the classroom set up with all the elements in it, and how long does it take to spray down and then to wipe down not only the desk but the barriers. And then today, like we said, maybe we should just ask them to carry their barriers with them, because that'll be one less thing that we need to disinfect each and every period. It's
How heavy are these barriers?
It's like this.
All right, okay.
Yeah. It folds.
I was told to pick up.
And it folds like this.
The other day, and it was really heavy. Okay.
It's not. It's easier when you can. See, and these 2 pieces fold in like this. It's got a handle, built in. So.
So right now, Brian, the plan is to have the teachers clean between classes the desks, the chairs, and the handles.
Correct.
So how are we going to handle the monitoring of the students in the hallway so they hug the halls as they're walking?
That's my thought.
And if there's only 4 minutes, are we considering, I know you said testing is being done to check the time, but are we considering increasing the time between classes to allow those teachers to clean the areas that need to be cleaned to make sure it's safe for the next cohort to come in.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. And so what we talked about is another piece of this is having the 6-foot markers actually on the back of the classroom floor. So the 12 students could be lining like the walls of the classroom while the teachers are cleaning the desks themselves, as opposed to having them in the hallway. So we're kind of trying to figure that out. If it's possible to lay the stickers, I'll just call them the stickers, within the classroom, we would prefer to do that, because then there's the supervision because the teacher's within the classroom. If not, what we would have to do is have monitors like aides in the hallway monitoring the hallways. Again, students would need to stand on stickers 6 feet apart, wearing their masks while that piece is going on, and then they would be dismissed to go to their next class. But there's definitely a possibility that will take more than 4 minutes. So then we would have to actually shorten the class size to make that accommodation. Not that we wanted to do that, but it's really.
Do you mind, Brian, if I just add a couple things?
Sure.
Is
No,
that
go
okay?
ahead.
Okay.
And then I can
first
jump
of all,
in too, Matt.
Okay, we've been running some tests, and we have some more to do. But if the barriers are carried by students and not actually in the room, so far we're seeing that it takes about an average of about 2 minutes and 6 seconds to spray down 12 to 13 desks and chairs and to wipe them off. So we're looking at, yes, that's still an impact, and I agree with Judy. It's not easy. The 4 minutes between periods is hard enough to just have the 4 minutes. Now you're adding this. However, it's going to be an all hands on deck approach. We have support staff who we're going to put together some sort of schedule where if a teacher has 3 periods in a row, we're going to try to provide them with some support for one of those periods, where maybe a counselor comes in. Obviously, if there's something going on in crisis, that would obviously trump this, but a speech pathologist, administration, B&G, really it's going to be an all hands on deck approach where we're going to try to provide some of that relief for teachers as well as teacher aides. Our thought between periods, and I've been having these conversations with teachers as late as today, we're not at this point looking at adding time for the actual bell schedule, because we feel that it's important that the students still get to class in 4 minutes. And the reason for that is they're not stopping at their lockers now to start the school year. And we're really trying to get students out of the hallway because that's where we foresee there being more difficulty in keeping the social distancing. So we will have some teachers. It's going to be, again, all hands on deck out in the hallway as well. But our goal is when the bell rings after that 4 minutes, students will be in their class. If the desks are not ready, if they're not cleaned, if they're not sanitized, like Mr. Russ said, we will have 12 or 13, tape on the floor around the perimeter of the classroom that's 6 feet apart. So we'll train the students and explain to them, you start there, you go there first, and then when the teacher is ready, that's when you go to your desk. So we've been talking about those students who might be learning remotely. Like if it's a blue group in person and the red group is at home, what if some of those students are live streaming in? Maybe to start the year, we start that live stream or that instruction 5 minutes into the period. You know what I mean? To allow for some of this flexibility, and we work through some of the kinks, and then we go from there. So what I can tell you is that it's really been a team approach. We have a lot of people who are trying to test this out, and we're going to do everything we can. Yes, we don't want to increase the time where there's instruction not happening, but to be honest with you, that's secondary to the safety. The safety is always going to trump it. So we're definitely working on it. I can't tell you that it's perfectly figured out at this point, but I can tell you that it's a lot better today than it was yesterday. And I think we're getting closer and closer and closer to figuring it out.
Anyone else? Kim?
The barriers, would they take them with them into lunch then, and they would put them up in the lunchroom, so they would just carry it with them everywhere the entire day?
Yeah. Okay. And if I could jump in, Mary Beth, if that's okay.
Yep.
To address, I think it was Judy's original question, it actually, the stars align here because we won't have an activity period. We'll be able to absorb that 30 minutes, and it's going to allow us to add a few minutes to every class. So not going to take away from instructional time, but allow for that transition or cleaning time. And everything that Matt said at the middle school is consistent with what our approach, all hands on deck. If a teacher has back-to-back classes, I'm going to assign someone to be there to support them. So as Matt is saying, I mean, some of these things were just coming together today as we talk about these more and we actually live it and try to mimic what the day is going to look like. The plan evolves, but I think we made some positive steps today, and I think we're going to be able to accommodate this need for time.
So Bill, when the bell rings, all of the kids will then leave the classes at the same time, and they come into their next class and they stand on the dots until the teacher is completely finished cleaning everything. Is that correct?
You could do it one way or the other. You could add that extra time at the beginning or the end. My initial reaction was the class ends and the students stand on the marks. We get that cleaning process done. Then we send them to their next class. They have their 4 minutes. By the time they get to their class, things are dry. They sit down and they start. That would be my initial thought. And again, adding, I think I can get 4 minutes to every single class. I think that's going to give us plenty of time based on the testing that we've done. That's 4 extra minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian, I want to say thank you for adjusting the days. Having been working out of the house through the whole pandemic, I recognize that it is very different for other folks who are just re-entering work. I think having those days for all of the teachers and staff to get used to being in the process will be very helpful. It's going to seem very, very strange. It's going to seem wrong to the teachers to have to clean up more than a little spill, right? This is not what they intended to do, but I think it's sort of, it will become normal soon enough. I have folks at work who are, we clean routinely. It's nothing that we would have done before, but everybody is sanitizing all the time because it's what we need to do. And I think having those days to get used to the idea will make it much easier for folks because it's going to feel like your shoes are on the wrong feet for a while.
Yeah, we exactly. It's just it gives us some time to, like you said, kind of acclimate to the new environment, and also to provide us with time for professional development training. Dennis has done a fantastic job, also starting to develop other trainings that are available to our staff in regard to the Google Classroom. And then I said we are also going to add on. We've partnered with St. John Fisher, and their teaching staff is going to come in and provide us with some really high quality instruction about online instruction, because teaching online is very different than teaching live within the classroom. And when I met with the teachers in the spring, many of them, mentioned that how different it is, and how they've, over the 3 months that we were in that model, they really were struggling in the beginning, and then they made strides, but they also felt that there was just a lot of room for growth. And so that came from the teacher. So we're really glad that we were able to kind of forge this relationship with St. John Fisher. We're looking forward to that training as well. But I think it does give everybody a chance to come back and take a breath and relax a little bit before their students arrive on the 10th. I couldn't agree more. And, I just again want to thank Dennis for what he's done, and say congratulations to Dennis and his wife, who just had their 4th child yesterday. 2 days ago.
Monday night. Monday night, yeah.
So congratulations to him. And he's back at work already, helping us set up this meeting. So super conscientious. We shouldn't be here, and we're going to be sending him home very shortly.
And the other piece, Mr. Russ, I haven't been able to circle back to you because it happened late. The third leg of that stool. So the first is the technology training. The second is the online instruction training. The third piece that's going to happen during those days, in addition to teacher time, building time, team time, them being able to get comfortable, we're going to have a module on trauma-informed teaching. So our counselors have adopted over the last few years, counselors, social workers, psychologists, a trauma-informed care approach. And there are some resources of how boots on the ground classroom teachers are going to understand. Well, I read a study that what we've all been through as a society, both in terms of the pandemic and the civil unrest, is now actually categorized as a traumatic experience, at least on a macro scale. That understanding what our children have been through and our parents and families have been through. So we're also going to get some introduction to what's now called trauma-informed teaching, understanding that we're not fully sure everything that the kids have been through since March. And we may never understand everything they've been through, but there are layers of sensitivity and flexibility and avoiding of triggers and things like that that won't just be happening, and they've been happening really, really well in the counseling center. But we're going to push that out as a all hands on deck initiative too. And I can see Miss Malice smiling up in the corner up there. But a trauma-informed.
That's perfect. I've been looking for that.
A trauma-informed teaching will be the third leg of that reacclimation three-legged stool.
Very timely.
And I know you all do this anyway, so I just want to say I started talking about the reopening plans, and kudos to whoever came up with the email. But I also think you can't underestimate what our teachers have been through since the pandemic started. And so keeping those lines of communication open between our teachers and our staff, so that as they come back and are starting that process in early September, to just, keep open that they need an avenue for feedback too, and listen to concerns as those arise. Mr. Brown?
I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the schedules and how things work one building to another, which, I listened very carefully to the presentations about how they would work. And I just have a few questions that I'm sure you've also thought of, but maybe we can together talk about them for just a minute. At Parkdale, for instance, I love the fact that the children have a schedule, and that they will be there each day, 4 days at least, and they have a schedule the opposite time. So they have a schedule of what they're going to do when they're in school, and they have a schedule of what they're going to do when they're home, the other half of the day. But my concern is for the students who are going to be in childcare for the other half of the day. It seems to me that most of the special subjects are going to occur during that period of time. And the core subjects will take place when they're in person in school. So I'm wondering what we've thought about the effect on the child care student of missing the opportunity to have a virtual experience with a special subjects teacher. And I wondered if we have talked to the child care providers to see whether they could accommodate the students, since they're carrying their laptop home anyway. They're going to be carrying it to the child care location, whether it's with a grandparent or whether it's an agency. I'm wondering if we've had any conversations to encourage children to be able to access these additional learning opportunities in the other half of the day. The kids who go home, we assume they're going to continue to follow the schedule. But from what was said in the presentations, it sounds as though the child care kids might miss out.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the agencies are doing. I know like the Boys and Girls Club is using the 2 rooms at Parkdale all day long. And I do believe the kids will take out their Chromebooks and work on their work, and they'll be able to supervise and make sure they're okay. Everything that's offered synchronously during the remote half of the day will also be video recorded and posted on the Google Classroom. So students who can't access it at any point will have the opportunity to do so when they're able to, whether it be at night or on a Wednesday or on the weekend. We're going to have both options available.
Yeah, well, I'm real pleased to hear that the Boys and Girls Club is going to be operating their child care program all day long. That will help a lot of people who will be able to participate in that. And of course, I have no way of knowing how many children we're talking about here. And I just raise it as an issue that was something that we ought to monitor to make sure that these children don't miss out on music and art and phys ed and all those neat things that they won't be able to do in person because they happen to be at Duck Duck Goose or wherever they happen to be.
Yeah, actually, the special area teachers, they're gonna offer the synchronous live lesson, but that's not going to be the one that's posted on the Google Classroom. They have time in their schedule to make a different one that's more user friendly, I guess, for a student who isn't in front of the screen at that moment in time watching the music lesson or the phys ed lesson. It'll be a completely different lesson that will be posted that it's more easily done for a student after hours.
That's good to hear too. Thank you. And just one more. Again, this one relates to the middle school and high school.
Dan,
yeah.
before you go on, I
Yes,
just want to
please.
let you know that I've had personal contact with the local childcare providers, and will continue to follow up in regards to internet access for our students and trying to make that happen.
No, that's great, Jerome. And particularly the students who have the developmental issues. They don't need anything as a barrier to participation.
Yeah,
I think probably just on that point too, Dan, is as we transition back to school, our next meeting is the middle of September, and our one in October. The board's going to want to hear information back about accountability and our kids accessing those, following the schedule as they leave, and so some of that is going to be us needing to hear that that's all moving smoothly. So if you have ways to connect with those providers to see if they can help in that regard, that's great. But the board's going to want to hear where we are with reaching kids and those remote days.
Yeah, just wanted to add to that. Jerome has been working with the local providers, which are basically Boys and Girls Club, Duck Duck Goose, and the community nursery, because they have the capacity to provide childcare. Not every provider in town has the proper credentials to offer an actual school-age childcare program, and so the idea is, and just kind of what we're doing is some of them are trying to open additional spaces for our families. And so we're working on that on like a daily basis to see what they have to offer. And then we're communicating that back to our families. And also the idea of how can we try to make some kind of linkage between those, say they attend in the morning, when they do go to one of the local providers, they would provide support for them to utilize their Chromebooks and access that information or those opportunities while they're in that childcare setting. So we're hopeful.
Do we have a sense of there still being openings at some of those providers in the area now that there's, or are we still waiting for space to open?
No, they have their spaces open.
Yeah. So I'm sending another message, a blast tomorrow to parents, and so I will include that as well. We'll get an update on which of the 3 providers has space, and in just working with some of them, they were trying to create new spaces as well. But again, there's a lot of regulatory things they have to go through to make sure that it's legitimate prior to actually making those spaces available.
Thanks, Jessica. You were again.
Yeah, also, I had a couple families who were holding 2 spots, an AM and a PM slot at different daycares, because they were assigned to, say, the PM based on last name, and they requested the AM. And I just got around to that today to see if we could accommodate all of those families. And we can accommodate them if they did ask to switch. So some of them will be calling the childcare agencies and canceling one of their 2 spots that they were holding, hopefully at the end of this week.
That's good news too. Does anyone else have anything on this particular issue?
Nope, you had oh, Judy. Nope, now she
No, she
Okay.
wrong button.
Wrong button, sorry. No, I don't know if this is appropriate time, but I had asked before if we knew the numbers of families that are going to be homeschooling and the numbers of families that have gone private.
Yeah. Judy, we're still tallying that, but we'll
Okay.
we'll definitely have that for you in the near future. Yeah,
Okay.
we can let you know. Yep. Mhm.
Thank
and
you.
Dan, you had another.
Yeah, I had something for the high school and middle school principals.
Can I just nuance Judy's thing real, not to cut you off, Dan?
No,
There's a third option, which is virtual. So there's a difference between the students staying virtual and the homeschooling. Homeschooling is the traditional homeschooling that's always existed. The virtual option is that third option. And then obviously the private or parochial school.
Okay, and you'll have all those numbers for us.
Actually, I get a day-by-day. I watch the numbers of homeschooling because they come through our office. We're currently at 85, which is more than twice the amount of homeschoolers that we've had in the past with the trending data from the last 5 years.
Wait, Jerome, so true homeschool?
True homeschool.
True homeschool. Okay.
And that's double last year?
I'm sorry?
That's twice what we had last year?
More than twice.
So that means they have submitted a curriculum to you and done all of the other work and paperwork?
Or are in the process of doing that. They've submitted a letter of intent and they're putting together their plans.
Is there a deadline to
all grade levels, or is there a predominant in one school or the other?
I can get that information by grade level.
Thank you.
Jerome, is there a deadline by which they have to make that decision about homeschooling, when they have to get that information to you? Is it?
Yes, but we've never held true to the particular deadline. We've had some students come in, midstream of the year or various times. We try to accommodate. It's just a few that don't let us know prior to September. So most of them have been coming in the last, I would say, 2 weeks.
But Kim, you can make the choice to homeschool at any time. So it could be mid-year and you're going to say, I'm deciding to homeschool my child. And then Jerome has certain limits in terms of meeting the obligations of submitting your curriculum and those types of things. And the one thing that I was going to talk to the team about that I haven't mentioned yet is maybe even just sending a notice to those people who have chosen homeschool that a virtual option is available, because they may be unaware of that.
That's what I was wondering. Can they utilize the virtual option if they're homeschooling? Or do you have to do one or the other?
Technically, no, because it would be considered dual enrollment.
Okay.
And the parents that have called our office, we do tell them that information, but a number of parents have not called our office. They've just submitted IHIPs and letters of intent to do the homeschooling. So we could definitely circle back on those pieces.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question for the high school principal and the middle school principal. You both presented schedules that sounded very similar, and indicated that the core subjects, which vary slightly from one building to the other, but the core subjects are going to be done in a way that will allow for in-person students to be simultaneously learning with virtual students. But I got a feeling from what Matt said versus what Bill said, that there was slight difference between the way the middle school was going to do it and the way the high school was going to do it. Bill seemed to say that every class would indeed have virtual students participating alongside of in-person students. With Matt, it didn't sound quite like that. So I wonder if you could tell me what the difference is between the approach of the core subjects at the middle school versus the core subjects at the high school.
Sure. I'm actually going to suggest, Bill, do you want to explain first? Because maybe it's easier to hear that side, and then I'll try to explain to you the middle, because it's almost like a transition from Parkdale to the high school approach.
Mm-hmm. Or you just want to one-up me after like usual.
Do your best shot, Bill. Here you go.
Thank you. So Dan, you're correct. Looking at English, math, social studies, and science. And of course, it's never as clean as just that. So the initial thought was Regents exams. There's courses that end with Regents exams and courses that end with AP exams. And that would include those courses and our core areas. So for the majority of students, we're looking at 4 classes that when they're not on site, they'd be required to log in and be a part of the
Bill,
Yep.
say Spanish, Latin. Unless you are doing your 3rd year, which is the Regents exam or an AP exam, then how is that working for language?
Yeah, so remember, there's no Regents anymore for languages. So if it's an AP, you're exactly right. So that student, again, the example of, for the majority of students, it's 4. For that student, it would be a 5th class that they'd be tuning in live for.
And then the rest of the kids who are taking a language, it's just going to be done.
So they'd have the 2 days of instruction.
Right.
And then sometime during those 2 days, the teacher is going to set them up with whatever they're going to need to do, whether it be online assignments, lots of group work, projects, potential of videos that they'll complete during the time that they're not on campus.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Bill, just for clarification, when we talk about group projects, group work, this is going to be via Google. It's not going to be them getting together to meet somewhere for a group, but rather.
No, and something that we've heard quite a bit in order to maintain that level of student engagement. The idea of small group projects via Google Meet is a really, really good idea. And again, we're talking about students, although they'll be logging in for those 4 classes minimum on the days that they're not with us. That's wonderful, and it's an improvement from what we did last year. But incorporating more of that group work builds even another layer of engagement that's going to be so important for now. And then hopefully we're all back on site and we put this in the rearview mirror.
Can they ask questions as they go?
So Judy, you're talking about if they're at home
And the class is going on, can you get feedback that's immediate?
Yeah, so the new Google platform that we're using, and maybe Mr. Mambretti can talk a little bit more about it, but I think there's like a virtual hand raise. And also, and I think, Mark, you mentioned it with the cameras, that we're also equipping the teachers with a Bluetooth headset that would be in one ear. So they'll be able to hear the students at home in one ear, and then obviously hear their class that's in front of them as well.
Yeah, so along that, basically classes for all intents and purposes are going to be run a lot like this is for the students at home, just as interactive. At the same time, like my colleagues in the room here with me now, they're hearing me in real time in the room, and you're hearing me at home, but we can keep that dialogue going. That's the vision. We have the technology for it. Like I mentioned during the Joanne's part, the cameras are all here. Half of the Bluetooths are here, and the other half are scheduled to be here within days. So we're very excited those actually came through, because many school districts are having orders, like everything being shipped nowadays. It's not just finding it, but getting it shipped here in time. We were able to get ahead of that, and at least every classroom has the capability of a interactive camera in addition to the Chromebook or laptop. And as of today, half the teachers have the Bluetooth, and we're confident the other half will just as well. And it's definitely more than enough to get the ball rolling. And it just has to also come with the PD, the comfort building of it's imagine you have 12 kids in front of you, 12 kids on a screen like this, and you're teaching all 24. So we're
So I guess
committed.
the difference I see is right now some of us are remote and some of you are all in the
Together.
building. Are the students that are in class going to be on the screen for the kid? They're not, right? So you'll have 12 on a screen and 12 in person, and those 12 on a screen can't see the 12 in person.
And the opposite.
Yeah, they can't. The people that are in person aren't going to have their Chromebooks open in front of them looking
Not
at
like this. No.
computer monitor. Thank you.
Right.
So
Yeah.
is the-
Right. So exactly. I would say that though it's similar to this interaction, like where Mary Beth, as you just said it, we're here together live in the library, and you're all in your homes, and so the only thing that'll be different, we won't be looking at each other in the screen. So they'll have a picture that the camera will be focused on the teacher and on the smart board in the front of the classroom, from where they're teaching from, and then they'll be able to interact and talk just as we are right now.
And Brian, will the teacher be able to see the students, or will that at home or no?
Yes. Yeah. The teacher will be able to see the students at home. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
The students
But
are
the
required
other
to-
students can't.
Correct. Yes.
Basically, they have a laptop in front
So
of them.
two questions. That the students that are at home aren't required to be on video, are they? Or are they?
No.
They're not. And then the second one, Bill, you mentioned that when you're in school, so let's just use math. And let's say you have math first period.
John, I'm sorry. Can I just correct that? Excuse me. They will be on video to the teacher, but not
Required
to
to
the
be on
rest of the
video.
class. Right. So the teacher will be able to see them on his or her screen, but the students won't be able to see each other.
If I can,
So the student at home will not have the ability to do what we have the ability.
Yes. Yeah,
They
yeah,
will.
no.
They will or they won't.
They'll be able to interact like with their voice and ask questions. Yes. They just won't see each other.
Gotcha.
Right. But the teacher will see the students, and those students can ask questions and have interactive dialogue with the rest of the class.
So just to visualize that a little bit, so the setup is basically going to be the teachers here. They have the laptop in front of them with the 12 kids there, and then the other 12 kids are on the opposite side of that laptop.
Yeah, just
So the
behind.
teacher is looking at 2 layers.
But how do the 12 in the classroom hear the audio of the kids remote? Through the teacher's laptop?
The speakers, and there's going to be we're going to work out the kinks on exactly how that's going to work, but we have the technology to do it. It just literally came in today, and just like we did with cleaning, we're going to be running some mock classes to make sure it works. So the good news is, without the stuff, we had no chance of getting it done. We have the stuff. Now it's just figuring out how to choreograph that dance. But your questions are the exact same questions we have. They're really good questions.
And just another shout out to Dennis, because he is the person that found the technology, which is actually advanced from what we thought we were going to use. So we're very grateful for that.
So
purchase.
the kid that's in ninth grade math and comes on Monday and Tuesday, and he's in the class on ninth grade math Monday and Tuesday. The other class will be online from home for that same class, right? Wednesday, they all will be at home for that same class. Thursday, Friday, the one on Monday, Tuesday, we'll be watching it from home. You gotcha. So 5 days a week, you're at the same class. You're expected, if that's at 8 o'clock, you're going to be there at 8 o'clock.
So it's
There's
only
4 lessons,
4
John.
days.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Wednesday is a
not
remote
Wednesday.
day. Yeah, Wednesday is a remote day for the entire district, so everybody will be remote, and that will look different. Look differently for each student or each class, but they will have 4 new lessons: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then on the remote day there'll be additional information related to those lessons, or information related to what's coming or what's expected down the road. The remote day can also be extra time for students with special needs. So there'll be a lot of things happening on that remote day, and each child will engage differently based on the direction of their teacher.
But that remote day, they won't be required if their class is at 8 o'clock to turn on the computer and be there at 8 o'clock? No. Okay.
On Wednesday, no.
Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yes.
Can I just clarify one other thing? I believe we're on the same page, but just a level of nuance that Dennis texted me. Children are required to be synchronous, and which means that the visual, and the camera and the microphone. However, if something's immediately happening in their house or they need to, they'll have the same power we have to quickly mute or turn off the camera, things like that. So we don't obviously have the ability to intrude into their house. We don't want that, but they're going to be responsible for staying logged on and engaged. But again, they do have the ultimate ability to control that camera. And should that become an issue, we would deal with that case by case. I just don't want folks to think that if they have East Aurora technology, we can keep that camera on or keep that microphone on. That still will be controllable technologically by the child, but obviously there will be educational expectations around that, if that makes sense.
Thank you. That's actually what my concern was, and I wanted to ask about that. So that is something that the individual student, because as we said, exactly. So as we said, it's something
same way, right? So the same way that I can turn my camera off and keep talking to you now, or like we've all done when you're not talking, you mute. Other things are going on in your house, or your mom's yelling at your kid brother or your kid brother's yelling at your mom. That's odds are the rule is going to be stay muted unless you have something to say, similar to how we do it. We have no ability to nor desire to be able to control that, from our end.
And we're gonna clarify Wednesdays. Wednesdays, they're not meeting their teacher during the same time that they're meeting them Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. They're just going to be doing work that the teacher has assigned to them. Is that how that's working?
If you don't, I can go through that, Brian, if you want me to.
Please.
At least at the high school, it's going to look a little different maybe than what Matt might describe. But to me, and we talked a little bit, and if you don't mind, mine's a little off here. So Kim, just so you know, we met with our leadership team at the high school today, and we're going to develop a list of expectations or suggestions for students who are remote and tuning in through Google Meet. We even went as far as having a common background through the new Google technology, so every student would have a common background, and then also different expectations of etiquette of how we use it. So that's something that we started to talk about today, and that will be pushed out to students prior to the year starting.
I'm really happy to hear that, Bill. I think the common background and obviously setting out the etiquette, the ground rules of how this needs to be used is really important in this, so that everyone feels comfortable with how it's being applied, the parents, the community, as well as our teachers, so that everyone's in a comfortable position utilizing this technology. So thank you.
Yep. All right. So Terry, Wednesdays. So at the high school, remember, we're losing activity period. We're losing before school and after school, and we're trying to minimize the traveling of our students during the school day, meaning minimizing their time in the hallway. There's no group meetings. So really Wednesday is going to look like, from a teaching standpoint, office hours will be scheduled on Wednesdays. We'll look at individual student support on Wednesdays. The counseling center is going to be very busy with their counseling. They're reaching out to students, reaching out to families, individual counseling. We talk about all of our college and career prep. Those meetings will take place on Wednesdays. Teachers will have their team meetings that typically happen either during the day. Our student support team, our special ed team, our departments will meet on Wednesdays. We also have, as Mr. Mambretti and Mr. Russ said, a wonderful opportunity of professional development through St. John Fisher will happen on Wednesdays in September and October. So there's a lot of things that are going to happen on that day. that we would typically be able to incorporate into a normal day. But because we have no more normal days, Wednesday's the day we're going to have to do a lot of those things. Does that make sense?
Right, but what are the students doing?
Right. So it's a lot. And the one thing I forgot, all of our clubs are going to be meeting on Wednesdays. So our students are going to be, yes, they're going to be doing their homework, right? But they're going to have club meetings. They're going to have career and college prep meetings. They're going to be meeting with counselors, social workers, psychologists, all those things that we can't incorporate. And the office hours are tremendously important too.
They're not going to follow a regular scheduled school day, but there's going to be
right.
services available to them, and the teachers are going to be available with office hours, and they'll be able to catch up on any work or ask any questions about things they didn't understand. So it's a
And some will be given work.
Yes, there'll be asynchronous assignments as well. Yeah.
Can I back up one second to you, Jerome, on homeschooling? So how many students in total in East Aurora? Is it 1,800?
Close, it's just under.
So and we're saying roughly 50 more this year already are going to homeschool than last year.
Yes.
That's 3%. That's 300 grand. That's a big number. I mean, so if you look at our state aid, we're talking about 20% decrease. That's another 3% of lost revenue.
I don't know that homeschoolers cause us to lose any kind of revenue.
Oh, we don't? Well, then that's good.
I would have to defer to Joanne on that. I'm not a business official. I just act like one sometimes.
No, Jerome, I'm trying to make a point that, well, first let Joanne answer that question. If you choose to homeschool, do we still get the same revenue here?
Yes.
And forget my comment.
When I first asked the question here of Bill and Matt, I was, happy to hear the details that Bill has provided for us. But I would like to go back to Matt for a moment, if we could, and find out what the nuanced difference is between the way children learn and teachers teach at the middle school compared to the high school. For instance, I thought I heard Matt say at one of those meetings that they're not quite ready for virtual participation in every core class at the middle school. Was that because you weren't sure the cameras are going to be there, or do you think some of the teachers are not quite ready to deal with
cameras
the whole?
The cameras was the big one. So I solved that part of it. So the rest is going to be Mr. Brown.
First of all, I'd like to thank Bill for being so long-winded that my computer died and I had to go borrow Matt Leibrock's charger. So I'm glad I let Bill go first. No, Dan, I'll be honest. It's not quite as concrete and figured out specifically as what the high school plan is right now. I think it might be part of the whole middle school syndrome. It's how we are. We've been talking a lot, and I have really respected and acknowledged and admired the plans that some of the teachers have put in place, specifically regarding flipping their classroom, and also regarding putting together a unit of study that might be a 2 or 3 week unit of study. And I've identified what are the 4 or 6 class periods or lessons that I need to be person to person, and what are the lessons that they can do it on the computer. So what we're talking about right now is there's going to be a little bit of little variety. Some teachers might work more on flipping their classroom.
Can you tell us, excuse me for interrupting, but sure, tell me what flipping your classroom means.
So for example, we have a math teacher that we've been talking a lot about it. She would put together 15 to 20 minutes, maybe longer, like mini lessons. And so the theory is this. A lot of times when teachers are teaching, yes, we do a lot of group work. We do a lot of, constructivist approaches, but oftentimes the initial content that's being covered is teacher driven. It's teachers sharing information, whether it's a video, whether it's a reading or whether it's just a teacher explaining it. And then oftentimes we then assign homework, and the students go home, and the time that they're practicing that work, which is often the times where they get the deepest understanding of the material, they're there without that guidance of the teacher. So the whole idea of the flipped classroom is that they would receive that instruction at home. They would receive that instruction in a pre-taped video from the teacher, or a combination of things that the teacher would provide. And then when that student comes to the in-person learning, that's when that practice would be done. That's when the quote unquote homework would be done, where the teacher is right there with those 10 or 12 students and able to really influence them in their understanding of the material, the depth that they understand the material, and be there to offer, suggestions and clarifications. So that's kind of in a nutshell what the approach of the flipped classroom is. So when we talked about, we really like that idea of live streaming. I fully support that and what the high school is doing. We have many teachers that I feel will go that route, probably more in that 7th and 8th grade, where more in the 5th and 6th grade, I personally struggle envisioning a 5th grade student to sit down for 5 periods a day and just like watching a lesson. I'm not 100% convinced that that's the best way that 5th grader is really going to learn the material. So where we're at this point is just meeting with our teams and really allowing the teachers to come up with a plan under these guidelines. The guidelines are just, we have to take attendance. The students are going to log in during that class period. If it's not a remote, or if it's not a live stream, it could be a series of questions that the teacher asks or that the teacher poses that the students need to come on and answer those questions. Or maybe it's going to be live streamed for that 15-minute lesson. Maybe, the 15-minute actual mini lesson will be live streamed. And then at that part, maybe they would break off. So it could look a variety of different ways. And at this point right now, the teachers are working really hard to identify what is that going to look like. So again, there could be variety. However, we have also discussed the importance of, the experience for the child, and talking about how we can't be all over the board, where maybe your social studies class every day is going to be live streamed, and maybe your English classroom is going to be more of a flipped classroom. So this is what we need to do is establish exactly what it's going to look like. Then we're going to put that together and communicate that with parents. So it's kind of unfortunate. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like, but I'm very confident and extremely encouraged with the conversations I've been having with teachers that what we're going to do this fall is going to completely blow what we did in the spring out of the water, completely. And the accountability and the engagement and the ability to create connections with kids is there. The only other thing I want to add before, obviously, you may have some questions, the Wednesday will look very similar to what Bill said. The one thing that we've discussed is at this point, we have 28 students at the middle school whose parents have chose to keep them virtual for the entire experience. So we've been talking, how do we, make sure those kids are engaged? So when our teachers do have office hours, we're talking about having a special office hour or a mandatory office hour for those students who are remaining virtual the entire time, because we feel it's really important that they have that feedback with the teacher in that time to really sit down with the teacher, so they can provide that feedback and gain that connection.
That's a great idea, Matt. That's a really good idea.
Matt, thank you so much for clarifying it. I had a feeling from listening to both you and Bill that there was a nuance here that's different. Yeah. And having taught for many years at the middle school level and many years at the high school level, I know that middle schools are different and should be different from high schools. And so it makes all the sense in the world that you would develop a middle school approach to doing this sort of thing, the same way you would we developed the middle school approach years ago that was different from high schools and from elementary schools. It's a transition time. There's always going to be some differences. So you helped me to understand what you're planning to do.
And can I just add, please don't think that we're trying not to be as transparent or anything in the presentations, but to be honest with you, there's so much out there, and I didn't know exactly what it was going to look like. And as we've met even today, we gained a lot of progress in what it's going to look like. The one thing I knew confidently that I could say is that there will be some live streaming. And I can also tell you confidently that we are going to have students check into their 4 classes every day in the Google Classroom at that time. We're going to take attendance. We're going to have some sort of interaction. So that's why when Bill did a really nice job of explaining what the schedule looks like, I kind of piggybacked with, it'll be very similar to middle school. We are expecting, the students to log in because I was thinking that's the parents want to know, is my child going to need to log in at their time, or can they do it whenever they want? So that's kind of the thought process. We weren't trying to, hide anything. We're just trying to get it all figured out still.
Thank you both very much. Kim, you had your hand.
Yeah, just to follow up with this, Matt. So I'm just trying to understand. So for the 20 students that have chosen to do this virtually, their experience won't be the same then. It sounds like, because if you're not live streaming it, are they
Right.
just going to have totally, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. So their experience is going to be very different than the kids that are going to be in school for a couple of days, just based on how you've explained this to us. Am I right, or am I misunderstanding?
We're talking about that, about how do we make sure that those students still get the best experience we can give them. I'll be the first to tell you, there's no way that when you're in person with the teacher, that's going to trump every experience. You know what I mean? So I think that when you're removing that from the equation, it definitely adds an element that's going to be more difficult. But within like this flip model, for example, let's say the teacher puts a lesson up, and when the students are in person, they're practicing or they're doing some sort of engaging activity. The students at home will have that same activity. The difference is they're not going to have that interaction person to person with the teacher. That's where that Wednesday will then come into place. Where they'll be able to say, and show stuff and talk. Now, in addition, the teachers are going to be available. They may not be available every day to do this, but they'll always be available where the teacher or the students can ask questions through the Google Classroom who are remote, and the teachers will be able to respond. So there's still going to be that feedback and that back and forth. But I would agree with you. It's going to be difficult, to make sure that they have as equal of experience as possible.
Right, because I was going to say at the high school, it seems like it would be an easier transition because everything's going to be more or less.
That's that's going to be the biggest challenge here.
Definitely different.
Well, I think at the high school, frankly, it's going to be very difficult for some virtual students, 100% virtual, because from what Bill said, they're not going to be able to access the live stream part of the special subject classes. So if for instance, a student is taking a class that is not does not have an exam at the end of the year, they will not be able to participate by live stream in the lessons that are given, let's say on Monday and Tuesday. Mm-hmm. So the people that are there who go on Monday and Tuesday will have a lesson in their music class, let's say. And then the music teacher will give them some work to do that they'll do on their own on Thursday and Friday. But the virtual student will have to be working on their own Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday, because from what Bill said, there is no live stream connection in the classes that do not have an exam at the end. Am I right, Bill?
Yeah, yes, you're correct. So an art class is not going to have live stream. A technology class is not going to be live stream. We will look into, Dan, and so just to again take a step back, our deadline for committing to an all virtual is Friday. I think Matt has the same deadline. So we'll look at that. Right now we're at 20 students. We'll look at that and consider, does a business class offer an opportunity for virtual? Does a language class obviously might be an opportunity for for live stream. So business live stream, a language live stream. So there's possibilities there. depending on who's choosing virtual, what grade level they all land in, and then the reality of some courses just do not allow for a virtual experience.
So I think, again, we're going to need to have some feedback as you transition back to school, so that the board stays informed about, is the all remote, are the all remote families having an equal experience? And I get the if it's not live, it's not gonna be, but what efforts are being made to make sure that some of those issues, and I again remind folks that email is going to be up and remain the same, and so that to the extent people have concerns, that they can email that, and we can be sure that any issues are getting addressed along the way. But we're going to want some feedback, obviously, in September and October as we see this being implemented.
Yeah.
Bill, how are you handling? Sorry. Bill, how?
I'm sorry, Terry. I just wanted to comment. I think it won't necessarily be equal, but it'll be equitable, because the engagement will just be different. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. My bad choice.
No.
So, Bill, global leadership and STEM. How are you handling those then? Because there'll be some. If it's just the 4 main classes, you've got some pretty particular classes that they need to take, in particular through STEM. How are you handling those, especially for those students that are virtual?
Again, your math and your sciences. Oh, for virtual students. Well, again, those math and science courses. So STEM, as an example, would be heavy math science. Those would be live stream classes. So where you might have an issue is, although again, so much of it is technology based and project based. Those technology classes within the STEM program, again, I do see those being successful because of the students being able to complete those projects using computers at home.
And just real quick, Bill, on that part, at least with respect to any of the full remote on folks. To the extent that there's going to be group projects, they can still participate in any of that, even if they're not in-person classes. So they will have an opportunity with those tech classes to participate.
Right. And they would be incorporated into the
They would be incorporated into
Mhm.
that process. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
So what I'm struggling to wrap my head around is how the curriculum, how the students and teachers move through the curriculum. The pace would seem to be very different, because you're doing something on Monday and Tuesday and then sending it home. Are you then doing the same thing on Thursday and Friday, or you're moving on? So is it ever, your kids, are they touching the same material in 2 different ways, or are they
it's at least 4, if not 5 days of new curriculum. So on Monday, you're teaching your 24 kids, 12 in front of you, 12 at home. Tuesday is the next lesson. Thursday, those kids flip-flop, but it's the same. So we're moving the curriculum along at least 4 days a week, and then that asynchronous day is to try and catch any gaps. So we should be able to cover. Yes, the pacing, the chunking is going to be different, but we figure this is the model that can move through the most curriculum. Districts that had half the kids Monday, Tuesday, and the other half Thursday, Friday, and nothing in between, they're only getting 2 days of curriculum, new curriculum. We're aiming for 4 to 5 per week.
Okay, thank you. As we progress through the year, could we just have regular updates on how we're tracking? I'm sure it's not a race, and we're not going to hold any feet to the fire, but we need to see how we're progressing.
Yikes. Kim?
Matt, just the same question I had for Bill in terms of sort of the technology. Are you also going to have all of the children using a uniform screen? Are you going to be?
Right. So whenever they are doing a live stream, absolutely, it'll look uniform, exactly what Bill and Mark explained, for sure.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll share that with you, Matt. I apologize. We didn't catch up today.
No, we didn't, but yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we focus more on everything I talked about today, less on the live stream. So it's, yeah, we'll connect and make sure though.
And you don't see any need from the Board of Education standpoint in terms of like code of conduct things or anything like that, any changes around or any supplements to any of the stuff that we put out in terms of that? I think if you need that, you got to let us know.
Yeah, we're more thinking of some revisions to our acceptable use policy that the children have to use regarding technology. When we drafted it, we never envisioned a full virtual remote. It does definitely cover it, but I think there's some nuance in there, and also some looks at that code of conduct. But it's in the works too.
Okay.
Nothing major. It would just nuance this. It's the same expectations. It would just obviously reflect the nuances of full at-home learning.
Remote learning. Anybody?
Is this just district wide? I mean, would it also apply at Parkdale too?
Yeah, the AUP is identical. Obviously, we introduce it at different levels at child-friendly language, but basically it's the importance of good digital citizenship, also caring for some of our electronics in ways that we never envisioned that they would be, or at least not this soon. So again, nothing that I think is going to cause you to raise an eyebrow. It's just nuancing it in light of how we do what we always did in this new experience, but we're not looking for any radical changes.
Anybody else have anything on reopening?
I just want to say thank you. I mean, as we're listening to all this, the amount of puzzle pieces you have to fit to make this work is mind-boggling. So thank you.
And I am so encouraged that anything anybody brought up, you have already thought of. So congratulations and kudos.
No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're all amazing.
You bet. Ditto.
All right. I think we can move on then. We are, any legislation to come before the board?
No.
Other than a state aid cut?
Yeah.
By is there anyone who wishes to remove an item from the consensus agenda for separate discussion?
No.
All right. Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the consensus agenda?
So moved.
It's moved by Jessica, second.
Second.
Seconded by John. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. We just have a slew of items for requiring board action. That's under bullet 12 on your agenda. Item A, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the school lunch policy statement for the 2020-2021 school year as detailed in the attachment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Terry, second.
Second.
Seconded by Jessica. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item B, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the changes and revisions to the 2020-2021 school year calendar as detailed in the attachment and we looked at earlier. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Kim, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion.
Brian, really quick, would you have a sense of when the families can expect to see the district calendars?
Yes. Like with everything, been changing it just till the last few days to make the necessary adjustments. So I believe it was sent out, and we're hoping that it will be ready to be delivered early to mid next week. So they should see it sometime, maybe by the end of next week, or the Monday or Tuesday after that.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, you had told us at our last meeting, I believe, that there were sort of placeholder items in there that may be canceled as the year progresses.
Yes, yeah, definitely. We were making some adjustments with things that we knew absolutely, but we also wanted to just put some of those kind of important events that happen, homecoming, concerts, those types of things, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So we did indeed leave them in the calendar, and then you'll be notified by the building principal as those events are canceled.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item C, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Sue Kramer as executive secretary to the superintendent of schools and public relations representative effective July 1 of 2020 at the salary indicated. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Kim Daniels, second.
Second.
Seconded by Terry Oldweiler. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the salary and benefits for the school business administrator, Joanne George, effective for the 2020-2021 school year, as detailed on your agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dan Brunson, seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item E, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the salary and benefits for the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Personnel, Chief Information Officer Mark Membretti for the 2020-2021 school year, as indicated on your agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dan Brunson, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Thank you, Joanne and Mr. Membretti and Sue Kramer for all your hard work. Item F, superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the salaries for the confidential managerial staff, Jennifer Appenheimer, Donna Kroll, Barbara Mann, Mary Petak, Jane Rosser, Melissa Webster, effective for the 2020-2021 school year, as detailed in your attachment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Segretti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, carried 7-0. Item G, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Susan Hardy as the claims auditor for the 2020-2021 school year at the rate indicated, effective July 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Terry Oldweiler, seconded by Dan Brunson. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Item H, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Tom Fineziani as internal auditor for the 2020-2021 school year at the rate indicated, effective July 1 of 2020.
So
May I have
moved.
a motion? Moved by Dan Brunson, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Segretti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item I, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Dr. Gerald Loria as school physician for the 2020-2021 school year at the stipend indicated, effective July 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Judy Malice, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Segretti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item J, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the salary for Julie Nagel, District Treasurer for the 2020-2021 school year at the rate indicated, effective July 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Terry Oldweiler, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Segretti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item K, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the hourly rate for Jacqueline Whopper, District Clerk, for the 2020-2021 school year, effective July 1, 2020, at the rate indicated. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by John Segretti, seconded by Terry Oldweiler. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Jackie, thank you for your hard work on behalf of the board as District Clerk. Item L, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the creation of a 1.0 FTE position in the elementary education tenure area, effective September 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, second by Terry Oldweiler. Discussion.
So this is the position that we talked about earlier in fourth grade to make sure that class sizes are reasonable for the coming year. Is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item M, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve an increase in the 0.6 FTE to a 0.8 FTE part-time music position at the Parkdale Elementary School, effective September 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Kim Daniels, seconded by
That's
Mary Weiler.
anybody.
Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item N, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the following resolution, that the Board of Education hereby declares that a 1.0 FTE foreign language position by virtue of restructuring shall be reduced to 0.6 FTE effective September 1 of 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Terry O'Leiler, second.
Second.
Seconded by Jessica Armbruster. Discussion?
And this is because the incoming ninth grade class is much smaller than the outgoing senior class, correct?
Mr. Roberts?
It'd be a combination of that and then the elimination of French.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 7-0. Item O, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Matthew Frankowski to a probationary 1.0 position in the 10-year area of business education beginning on September 1 of 2020. It says this ending expiration date is tentative and conditional only. In order to be eligible for and considered for tenure, Mr. Frankowski must meet all requirements of education law and corresponding regulations. He has an initial certification in business marketing, and then at the salary indicated for the 2020-21 school year. May I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by John Seghetti, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion. This one's just worded a little different than I am used to. Can someone explain that to me?
No, there's nothing odd about the, nothing odd about his hiring, so I'll have to go back and figure out the wording, but it's a traditional hire for a tenure track probationary post. So I will reconcile the wording or at least review it, but it's for your intents and purposes, it's a traditional probationary hire.
Thank you. It just sounded coming out a little odd for me.
No, it could be. I'll work on that, but yeah, nothing odd. And I will double check the wording if it needs to be corrected. We will at the next meeting, but nothing in practice, nothing odd.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item P, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Julia Desiderio to the position of 1.0 FTE long-term substitute math 7 to 12 teacher with the math tenure area. The appointment effective September 1 of 2020 at the salary indicated. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
By Judy Malice, seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item O, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Nicole Levoy to the part-time position of 0.8 FTE teacher within the music tenure area. Effective September 1 of 2020 at the salary indicated for the 2020-21 school year. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item R, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Colin Shoemaker to the part-time position of 0.6 FTE teacher within the English tenure area, effective September 1 of 2020 at the salary indicated for the 2020-2021 school year. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item S, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment at the amount indicated to Barbara Moorman effective June 26th of 2020. under the Civil Service Personnel Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I don't know who moved. Moved
Kim.
by Terry Olweiler?
Kim,
Moved by Kim Daniel, seconded by
me, Terry.
Terry Olweiler. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item T, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment indicated to Don Jarno effective June 27th, 2020 under the East Aurora Civil Service Personnel Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, second.
Second.
Seconded by Kim Daniel. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item U, superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment indicated to Nancy Boucher effective June 30th, 2020 under the terms of the East Aurora Faculty Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item V, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment indicated to Kevin Cott effective June 30th, 2020 under the terms of the East Aurora Faculty Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by John Seghetti, seconded by Terry Olweiler. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item W, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment indicated to Lisa Wright effective June 30th of 2020 under the terms of the East Aurora Faculty Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Kim Daniel, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Mess. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item X, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the retirement separation payment indicated to Richard Clements effective July 23rd of 2020 under the terms of the East Aurora Administrators Association agreement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, seconded by
Jessica.
Jessica Armbrust. Discussion? All
He
those,
was missed.
yes, he will. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item Y, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the funding for the collective bargaining modifications and extension between the East Aurora Union Free School District and the East Aurora Civil Service Personnel Association for July 1 of 2020 through June 30th of 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, seconded by Jessica Armbrust. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 7-0.
Mary Beth, can I just make a comment? I'd just like to thank Diane Zeller and Mike Plunt, who represented the association, just for their, it was a pleasure working with them in regard to in negotiating the contract. It was a difficult year because of the limits that we had placed before us, but they were really cooperative, and I think we came up with a good agreement for everyone involved. I'd just like to thank them for their hard work in making it happen.
The board thanks them as well, Brian. Thank you. Item Z. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the resolution approving a stipend for the 2020-2021 school year to be paid to Mr. Mambretti, the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Personnel, the Chief Information Officer, for performing additional duties related to overseeing the district's Information Technology Department until we hire a new Director of Information Technology. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dan Brunson, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion. Mr. Mambretti, thank you for your additional work and all your efforts throughout this time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item AA. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the resolution awarding multiple prime contracts for the middle school. Those are contracts C201, C601, C2301, and C2601. All awarded as indicated and in your attachments.
Excuse me,
Yeah, what do I have to do?
there's only 3.
Why are there 4?
The last one, there, Joanne.
It's not 2601. So we are only today approving contract C201 to KC Contracting Corporation, Seneca, New York. Contract C601 to Willett Builders from Corfu, New York. And C2301 to Paris Mechanical Inc. out of Tonawanda, New York. All at the amounts indicated on your agenda.
Yes, and Mary Beth, we are not awarding alternate 1 or alternate 2 at this point in time.
And alternate 1 and alternate 2 were only associated for contract C601 for Willett Builders, correct?
Correct.
All right. With that understanding, may I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by John Seghetti, second.
Second.
Seconded by Jessica Armbruster. Discussion?
So what is our plan for dealing with the electrical work that we're unable to approve?
We have decided the electrical work in that office is working as it currently is. So the electrical bid was to upgrade the lights in the ceiling and to move some of the electric that is in there into the walls. So we're just not going to do that at this time.
Fine.
Anyone else? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item BB, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Margaret Finnegan to a probationary 1.0 FTE position in the tenure area of school social worker beginning on September 21 of 2020 at the salary indicated for the 2020-2021 school year. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Judy Malice, second.
Second.
Seconded by Kim Daniel. Discussion.
Can you remind me why she's not starting until September 21st?
Yeah.
Right, because of, she will be with us before then, but because of the situation she's in with her current employer and her responsibilities, the notice she needs to give, it's for a successful transition. But she was here today and she's begun working and will begin making those connections.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out, I think here again, because this is a probationary position, Mary Beth, that new wording is in place. So that may be something that Jane has yeah, I'm assuming that because I see that. I'm a little tired, but the probationary wording seems to have changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's on top of that stuff. So I will double check that, but you're right, Mr. Russ. Yep.
Yeah.
So.
And I think as long as I announce it as a probationary appointment, I think we're good.
Yep.
Okay. It was moved and we're happy to have a social worker joining us on board. We waited a long time for that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item CC. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education appoint Olivia Lavulis, am I saying that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
To a probationary 1.0 position in the tenure area of education of children with handicapping conditions, general special education, beginning on September 1 of 2020 at the salary and as indicated in your agenda. May I have a motion?
So
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, second.
second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item DD, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the contract extension for food service management to Personal Touch Service, Inc., effective for the 2020-2021 school year, is detailed in your attachment. May I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by John Segretti, second.
Second.
Seconded by Terry Olweiler. Discussion?
Quick question. Is there any change in the charge that we're asking students to pay for their lunch or for milk?
There is not.
Thank you.
And I do want to thank Personal Touch for all their extra work throughout the time in the pandemic and providing food and services to our families. All those in favor for approval on the contract, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. So our next regularly scheduled board meeting is September 23rd, which will be after the start of school. But I remind folks that we did schedule another special Board of Education meeting for next Wednesday morning at 7:30 to do some additional personnel items. And I do remind folks also that we did not get to the superintendent's evaluation during our executive session today. So we are anticipating an executive session on August 26th in the hopes that we can get through that discussion on the superintendent's evaluation. So that'll be the personnel items. There will be nothing else on for reports or anything at that special board meeting, but we will have an executive session.
That is virtual?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
All right. Anything else? Any other board business? May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Kim Daniel, second?
Second.
Seconded by John Segretti. It might have been moved by Judy Malice. I'm not sure, but my screen lit up with Kim, so somebody was making some noise. I'm not sure.
Thanks, everybody.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.